Over everyone, if you could just come a bit closer, please.
Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Bhagavan ke Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ke Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ke. So please everybody come a little bit more forward, please. There's so many people behind want to enter the temple room as well. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunnavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta. Jaya Shri Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivas Adi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. सभी लोग बोलो. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. बोलो Hare Krishna. सभी लोग तालियां बजाओ. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. सब लोग बोलो तालियां बजाओ. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. सभी लोग बोलो हरे कृष्णा. थोड़ा लाउडा बोले छे ना, बोलो हरे कृष्णा. You can do more louder than that. Yeah. When you shouting with wife, husband or children, then I know that. Yeah. Let's go louder again. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. So everybody is singing with us, yeah? You have to say yes because later on we have prasad. Yeah? If you say no, this means you have to understand that. Olo Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. तालियां बजाओ. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So that everybody is singing, yeah? You have to remember later on you have extra puri. If you're singing louder, yeah? Say yes. Yes, everybody waiting for puri, yeah. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद के जय थोड़ा लाउडा बोले छे ना श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद के सीता राम लक्ष्मण हनुमान के श्री श्री गौर निताय के जगत गुरु शिला प्रभुपाद के कृपया सभी लोग एक बार हाथ ऊपर करो जी हैंड्स ऑन द एयर एंड हैव टू से लाउडा हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 रामा हरे रामा 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 हरे हरे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. सभी लोग बोलो, तालियां बजाओ. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Is everyone singing? Yeah? You have to say yes, yeah? Yeah. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radhe Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radhe Radhe. Bolo Radhe Radhe, Bolo Radhe Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Okay, thank you everyone for coming to Bhaktivedanta Manor today. Please, can we all put your hands up in the air as high as possible? Take a deep breath if you can repeat after me as loud as you can, please. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Okay, you did very well. So if you put your hands together, we're going to do Prema Dwani prayers. For example, if I say Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Okay, very good. You did it good this time. Okay, Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhansa Parivarajikacharya Astotara Sata Shri Srimad His Loving Divine Grace Abhayacharya Narvinda Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Shri Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Shri Rup Si Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunath Sad Goswami Prabhupada Ki Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasti Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Madan Mohan Shamakun Radha Kunja Shri Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Gangamaya Jamunamaya Ki Tulsi Maharani Bhakti Devi Ki Shri Mathura Vrindavan Dham Ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Shri Dwarka Puri Dham Ki Shri Ayodhya Dham Ki Shri Bhaktivedanta Manor Dham Ki Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ji Ki Shri Sitaram Lakshmana Hanuman Ki Shri Gaura Nitai Ki Harinam Sankirtan Yoga Dharma Ki Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Vaishnav Sangha Vaishnav Seva Ki. The next part, I say all glories to assembled devotees, and you say Hare Krishna. All glories to assembled devotees.
Hare Krishna.
All glories to assembled devotees.
Hare Krishna.
All glories to assembled devotees.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, so we just ask everyone to sit down for a few minutes. We're going to sing the prayers to Lord Nrsingadev. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. So one announcement before we sing the Singha prayers. So today's lunch prasad has been sponsored by Ashish and Neha Swaroop and their family. So we'd like to thank them very much. Hare Krishna. Okay, so now it's Nrsinga Pranam, prayers to Lord Nrsingadev, who's the protector of Prahlad Maharaj and protector of all the devotees. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki Jai. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlada Lada Dhaine. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Hiranyakashi Shilatankan khalaye. Ito Narsingha Bharato Narsingha. Narsingha Ito Narsingha Bharato Narsingha. Narsingha Bharato Narsingha. Ito Narsingha Bharato Narsingha. Bharato Narsingha. Yado Yado Yami Tado Narsingha. Tado Narsingha. Yado Yado Yami Tado Narsingha. Tado Narsingha. Bahir Narsingha. Hridaye Narsingha. Bahir Narsingha. Hridaye Singha. Narasingha Madim Sharanam Prapatye. Nam प्रपद्ये तव करकमलवरे नाकाम् अद्भुत शृङ्गां दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गां केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे तव करकमलवरे नागा अद्भुत शृङ्गां दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गां केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे तव करकमलवरे नागाम् अद्भुत शृङ्गां दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गां केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे तव करकमलवरे नागाम् अद्भुत शृङ्गां दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुभृङ्गां केशवधृता नरहरिरूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जयो नरसिंहदेव जयो नरसिंहदेव जयो नरसिंहदेव जयो नरसिंहदेव नरसिंहदेव जयो नरसिंहदेव जयो नरसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज जयो 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 प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल विघ्न विनाश नरसिंहदेव भगवान की भक्त प्रहलाद महाराज की ताय गौर सीतनाथ प्रेमानंदी हरि हरि बोल
Hare Krishna.
Okay, Hare Krishna. So now in the temple room there's going to be a Bhagavad-gita class, and there's a big queue for prasadam, so we're going to be serving for the next 2 hours, so there's plenty of prasad, we're not going to run out. So those of you who want to stay for Bhagavad-gita class, Bhaktivedanta Prabhu is going to be sharing some pearls of wisdom from the Bhagavad-gita, and then we're serving prasadam in the Haveli, so you can join the queue. And also there's the Gaushala, the George Harrison Garden, and the Woodland Walk. And the next Aarti will be at 4:20. Thank you. Hare Krishna. So, you want to set this mic up for him? Take it for David.
No. Is he?
Can you set it up?
Just go from there and I was blocked.
बाहिरदेखि छ दर्शन गर्ने त्यो चढाइने दिनु के जानु
Hare Krishna. Okay. Krishna. So, Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Vallabha Girivaradari Yasodhanandana Braja Janaranjana Ndana Braja Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Dava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Girivaradari Yasodhanandana Braja Janaranjana Braja Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Natira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Dhamadava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Okay, thank you. So, Hare Krishna. Today we're reading from the Bhagavad-gita, chapter 3, text 27. So, if anyone has any phones or anything, they can find the verse. It's chapter 3, text 27. Om Jnana-timirandasya Gananjana Salakaya Chakshurun Militanyena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitanyena Bhutaye Swayam Rupa Kadadmayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Ragana Tam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadavetam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatapate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavanasvari Vrishabhanu Sutadevi Pranamami Haripre Vancha Kalpa Tarubescha Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patita Nam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So if you can repeat after me as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So if anyone has the verse, they can also recite the Sanskrit as well. So it's Prakrite Kriyamanani Gune Karmani Sarvasaha Ahankara vimudatma kartahamiti manyate. Prakrite kriyamanani gune karma sarvasa ahankara vimudatma kartahamiti manyate. Prakrite kriyamanani gune karma sarvasa ahankara vimudatma kartaham iti manyate. I'm not sure if anyone would like to have a go at the Sanskrit. Okay. And the word for word, prakriti, of material nature, kriyamanani, being done, gune, by the modes, karmani, activities, sarvasaha, all kinds of, ahankara vimuta, bewildered by false ego, atma, the spirit soul, karta, doer, aham, I, iti, thus, manyate, he thinks. And the translation by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Okay. The spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. So, the spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. And the purport: two persons, one in Krishna consciousness and the other in material consciousness, working on the same level, may appear to be working on the same platform, but there is a wide gulf of difference in their respective positions. The person in a material consciousness is convinced by false ego that he is the doer of everything. He does not know that the mechanism of the body is produced by material nature, which works under the supervision of the Supreme Lord. The materialistic person has no knowledge that ultimately he is under the control of Krishna. The person in the false ego takes all credit for doing everything independently, and that is the symptom of his nescience. He does not know that this gross and subtle body is a creation of material nature, under the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And as such, his bodily and mental activities should be engaged in the service of Krishna, in Krishna consciousness. The ignorant man forgets that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is known as Rishi Kesha, or the master of the senses of the material body. For due to his long misuse of the senses in sense gratification, he is factually bewildered by the false ego, which makes him forget his eternal relationship with Krishna. So, Hare Krishna. So there are three modes of material nature. So we know these as tamas, rajas, and sattva, and these are known as the modes of goodness, ignorance, and passion. So naturally, everything in this material world has these modes of nature which are associated with it. And naturally, we have the spirit soul. But due to our actual position in this material world, we are becoming associated with matter from what's described as time immemorial. So we don't know how long we've been in this material world, but forever how long it has been. We've been through many lives, and we've been through the animal kingdom. It's been a long journey until we've got to the human form of life. And naturally, our soul, which is pure consciousness, which is free from all material entanglement, is actually associating with the material body through the material modes of nature. So it's not that the soul is involved in matter itself. The soul is always aloof, but it's the consciousness of the soul which is identified with matter. So therefore, we become accustomed to think that we are actually these bodies. And from the animal kingdom, they have some basic survival mechanisms where they're mainly concerned with eating, sleeping, eating, sleeping, and mating also, and defending also. So, and these are tendencies which actually carry on to the human form of life. So, I'm just going to read a verse from Bhagavad-gita, chapter 17, text 3. So, just to understand exactly, in this material world, we're all influenced by the modes of material nature. But what we actually have to have faith in is also governed by the modes. So it's talked about that we're under the spell of material energy. So when one is under a spell, they don't realize, and so one can have full faith in something, and it's beyond their logic and their understanding. So we have this gross material body, and we have the subtle body. And the gross material body is that which has the senses, and is it's the vehicle which carries it around in this material world. And the subtle body is also there as part of the material body, but it contains the emotions and the memory and the subtle elements like that, such as intelligence and the mind. And then the soul is beyond that. So this is from the Bhagavad-gita, chapter 17, text 3. Sattvanu rupa sarvasya shraddha bhavati bharata shraddha mayoyam purusho yo yat shraddha sa evasha. O son of Bharat, according to one's existence under the various modes of nature, one evolves a particular kind of fate. The living being is said to be of a particular fate according to the modes he has acquired. Everyone has a particular type of fate, regardless of what he is, but his fate is considered good, passionate, or ignorant, according to the nature he has acquired. Thus, according to his particular type of fate, one associates with certain persons. Now, the real fact is that every living being, as stated in the 15th chapter, is originally a fragmental part and parcel of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, one is originally transcendental to all the modes of material nature. But when one forgets his relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead and comes into contact with the material nature and conditional life, he generates his own position by association with the different varieties of material nature. The resultant artificial fate and existence are only material. Although one may be conducted by some impression or some conception of life, originally he is nirguna or transcendental. Therefore, one has to become cleansed of the material contamination that he has acquired in order to regain his relationship with the Supreme Lord. That is the only path back without fear. Krishna consciousness. If one is situated in Krishna consciousness, then the path is guaranteed for his elevation to the perfectional stage of life. If one does not take to this path of self-realization, then he is surely to be conducted by the influence of the modes of nature. So, naturally, it's what who we associate with, which gives us these impressions. Srila Prabhupada said that he was asked, how do we become serious? So if we want to become serious in spiritual life, then we have to associate with people who are actually serious in spiritual life. Srila Prabhupada gave the example, if you want to become a good drinker, he said, then drink with those who are good at drinking. But so we can see that this is actually the problem in the material world, is that with the modes of material nature, people are taking the wrong kind of association. So we have to actually, to understand transcendental knowledge, we have to come to the stage of goodness. This whole material world is predominantly ignorance and passion, and this whole material world is also has been established on the bodily concept of life. It's said that there's actually it's selfishness and then there's also extended selfishness. So on a very basic level of consciousness, one is selfish, whereby they're just worried about themselves, about the actually bodily maintenance, such as just eating food, sleeping, and they don't think so much beyond that. And then there's actually what's called extended selfishness. So this is still, it's called selfishness because it's actually thinking about the comforts of the body. So this is extended towards one's community, where they identify with their community, but it's not identification with the soul. So they also identify with their country, and so on. So it extends like that, and this is whereby one they actually see themselves in terms of a material designation. So these are where the different conflicts will actually take place in the material world, is that it's these false designations, and this is all under the influence of the modes of material nature. So the word Shraddha, or faith, is very significant in this verse. Shraddha, or faith, originally comes out of the mode of goodness. One's faith may be in a demigod or some created god or some mental concoction. One strong faith is supposed to be productive of works of material goodness. But in material conditioned life, no works are completely purified. They are mixed. They are not in pure goodness. Pure goodness is transcendental. In purified goodness, one can understand the real nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As long as one's faith is not completely in purified goodness, the faith is subject to contamination by the modes of material nature. The contaminated modes of material nature expand to the heart. Therefore, according to the position of the heart in contact with a particular mode of material nature, one's faith is established. It should be understood that if one's heart is in the mode of goodness, his faith is also in the mode of goodness. If his heart is in the mode of passion, his faith is also in the mode of passion. And likewise, if his heart is in the mode of darkness, illusion, his faith is also thus contaminated. So thus we find different types of faith in this world, and there are different types of religions due to different types of faith. The real principle of religious faith is situated in the mode of pure goodness. But because the heart is tainted with different types of religious principles, thus according to different types of faith, there are different kinds of worship. So that's the trouble, is that in the body, the factors we have for discrimination and our own rationale are contaminated. So the living entity is actually subject to 4 kind of imperfections. One is that we're all actually liable to make mistakes, and we're all subject to illusion. We have imperfect senses, and also the material living entity has the propensity to cheat. So these 4 types of propensities are actually these 4 types of defaults are all within every single living entity. And therefore we can see in terms of what's called progressive science, this whole material world now is actually, society is all under the sway of progressive science. But the problem is that this is actually, it's progressive, and it's not coming from a pure source. And due to the living entities are actually they're subject to illusion, that they can't actually get the real knowledge. So, in terms of the actual spiritual knowledge, it doesn't change, but progressive science is actually changing all the time. And this analogy is given of the frog in the well analogy, that this is the situation of progressive science, that it's like a frog in a well, and if you tell the frog of the ocean, I will say, what ocean? There is no such thing as an ocean. And this is the idea in terms of progressive science and the material science, is that it's naturally confined, and it makes a lot of mistakes, but also in terms of the absolute truth, it can't be actually to be measured. Even this whole material world is more complex than science can understand. In the Mahabharata, it talks about, in this material world there are different realms. Even in the Himalayas, there are different celestial regions, whereby they're simply beyond what we can comprehend until we become qualified to actually envision them. So likewise, we're under the spell of the material energy. And this is how we have faith in different things. So we may develop faith, but it's not necessarily the truth of the matter. So that's why we have to be actually sincere in our prayers. That if we actually pray sincerely to please to forget my actual my faults and my current situation, but please bring me to what is true. And in this way, in terms of if one is actually endeavoring sincerely, that one will actually come, that Krishna will give them the intelligence by which they can come to him. So this is said in Bhagavad-gita, chapter 10, text 10. It says, Tesam satata yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam tadami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upayanti te. So if one is constantly devoted to serving me with love, I give the intelligence by which they can come to me. So Krishna, he's also situated within our heart as the super soul, and it's described as that there's two birds on a tree. So we are one of these birds, and one of these birds is simply enjoying the fruits of the tree, but there's one bird who is just simply observing or witnessing, and this is the super soul. So Krishna is in the heart, and he's always observing, and he sanctions everything. So based on our actions and our previous actions, we become influenced by the modes of nature. So the modes of nature, they're so bewildering that even if someone is actually, in terms of being a terrorist, all these more extreme situations where people have full faith in what they are doing. So that's why we have to be so careful and sincere and honest to pray, that to please, no matter what my situation is, to please actually bring me to the right path, and Krishna will provide what we need. So one doesn't take shelter of actual just anything which seems somewhat spiritual, but one has to actually follow in the process of the actual authorized parampara system. So this is the knowledge which comes down through generation after generation in the disciplic succession. And naturally it says one has to take shelter of a spiritual master. So in the Bhagavad-gita 4:34 it says, Tad vidi pranipatena Pariprasnena sevaya upadexyanti te jnanam jani nastatva darshanaha. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. So in terms of association is a key point in terms of how we actually remain pure. So, and it's to do with the senses also. So naturally it says we have to render service, and ultimately in this world we're always obliged to actually be of service to someone or something, whether it's our country. We're always actually serving someone. We can see that we have to serve the state, we have to pay our taxes. So, and this is the external, but likewise, it's whether we're actually serving our own senses, our own desires, or actually trying to serve Krishna through the spiritual master, we're always actually have to be of service to someone. So in terms of how we associate, this is the question of who do we want to serve. So the question is, do we want to actually serve our own desires or serve the actual desire of Krishna, which is Krishna's sweet will, which is pure? I wonder if there's any questions so far. Yeah. Okay. So, in terms of actual factors of discrimination, it's mentioned that in this body, there are actually, within the senses, is actually the seating place of lust. And also within the mind is a seating place of lust. And also within the intelligence, lust is actually situated. So, in terms of our actual rationale and discrimination, these are actually contaminated. So, this is why we actually have to our heart has to have a pure intention. So we have minute independence, but we always have free will, and this is actually to utilize our free will. We have to be sincere and use our best rationale. But we always have a choice, even though we are actually we may be compelled by our current entanglements, such as an alcoholic or someone who has some substance issue, but they still know, and even when they're actually free from that, they have the choice that they can actually actually have the realization that they need help. So it's not that no one is completely ever completely compelled without free will. And also to describe in terms of, I mentioned the super soul. So Krishna says that we are his eternal fragmental parts and parcels. So he mentions that we are eternal parts and parcels. So this means that we're actually eternal servants of Krishna. So Krishna has three aspects that we can realize. So one is the Brahman aspect. This is described as the impersonal Brahman. And this is what people perceive as energy, the energy of the Lord, the light of the Lord. And then beyond this is the Paramatma feature. And this is the Lord in the heart as the super soul. This is what the yogis meditate on. And then beyond that is the Brahman, the Bhagavan concept. And this is the personal form of the Lord. So when one actually realizes the Bhagavan aspect of the Lord, then and only then is when they can fully transcend the material realm and return to the spiritual world. And this Brahman, impersonal Brahman, which is the light of the Lord, is actually the effulgence of the Lord. And these are all considered the same, of the same substance. So it's like we have the sun. It's described as like the sun deity, as Surya. So he is within the sun. Then there's the sun disk, and this is like the Paramatma for aspect. And then the Brahman aspect is like the sun's rays. So they're all of the same substance, but we can't say they're actually the same. And also in terms of actual, many people have this conception that they will, in terms of impersonal Brahman, that once they'll merge into the Brahman and merge into light, and then they will become one with that light, and they will actually, become God. But this is actually this is what is described as the last snare of Maya. So this is described as the last snare of illusion, that ultimately in this material world we have a propensity to control. The mind has two main psychological propensities. So this is the propensity that we are the enjoyers and that we are the controllers. So this is not the humble position. So as is mentioned in the Sri Upanishad, that Krishna says everything animate or inanimate emanates from me, and he mentions that one should only take what is according to their quota, and not more, for knowing well to whom everything belongs. So naturally, this material world is all belonging to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So everything is God's, and so in that sense we have a responsibility not to misuse things. So this material world is described as it's actually described as a prison house, in the sense that it's where we want to go to enjoy independently. So due to the aspect of free will, Krishna will never, for us to actually have that loving relationship, there has to be free will. So Krishna will facilitate our desires in that sense. So if we want to enjoy independently, then Krishna will facilitate that. But it's not that we should have a blame at God, that why is there suffering in this world. It's said that Krishna Surya Sama Maya Haya Adhikara Dahan Krishna Yahan Nahi Mayara Adhikara. So it says Krishna is just like the sun, and Maya is just like darkness. Where the sun is, if the sun is present, there is no question of darkness. So naturally, when we go away from Krishna, it's natural that things get darker. But this darkness in the material world is naturally part of the Lord's plan, and is actually part of the Lord's mercy. Because if everything was so comfortable here, and then we wouldn't actually seek. So this is the Lord's arrangement. So we can question why do bad things happen, and so on. And this is naturally, the material world is a place for rectification, and so ultimately through different stages we will come to the stage of actually inquiring about who am I, what am I doing here, and what is the purpose of life. And naturally then one will seek the answers, and that's when what we call to take shelter of the lotus feet of a spiritual master. So it's mentioned the lotus feet because naturally feet are seen as something not so, not something that we would hold in such high regard, that they're, they may be, dirty or not so pleasant. But in terms of, this is one who is actually considered pure, like a spiritual master. That's why we, in terms of their lotus feet, that they're pure, that we take shelter of their lotus feet. It's similar to in terms of the queen and the crown as well. So this represents, it's not just the crown, but it's the queen and her whole assembly and entourage. So this is to take shelter of the lotus feet of a spiritual master, is to take shelter of Krishna and everything associated with Krishna. I wonder if there's any questions. No? Okay. So this is a text from Bhagavad-gita 17:14 or 17:4. Yajanti satvika devan yaksha rakshami rajasaha pratan bhuta gamans jani yajanti tamasa jana. So it said, men in the mode of goodness worship the demigods, those in the mode of passion worship the demons, and those in the mode of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits. In this verse, the Supreme Personality of Godhead describes different kinds of worshippers according to their external activities. According to scriptural injunction, only the Supreme Personality of Godhead is worshipable, but those who are not very conversant with or faithful to the scriptural injunctions worship different objects according to their specific situations in the modes of material nature. Those who are situated in goodness would generally worship the demigods. The demigods include Brahma, Shiva, and others such as Indra, Chandra, and the sun god. There are various demigods. Those in goodness worship a particular demigod for a particular purpose. Similarly, those who are in the mode of passion worship the demons. We recall that during the Second World War, a man in Calcutta worshipped Hitler because thanks to that war, he had amassed a large amount of wealth by the dealing in the black market. Similarly, those in the modes of passion and ignorance generally select a powerful man to be God. They think that anyone can be worshipped as God and that the same results will be obtained. Now it is clearly described here that those who are in the mode of passion worship and create such gods, and those who are in the mode of ignorance and in darkness worship dead spirits. Sometimes people worship at the tomb of some dead man. A sexual service is considered to be in the mode of darkness. Similarly, in remote villages in India, there are worshippers of ghosts. We have seen that in India the lower class people sometimes go to the forest, and if they have knowledge that a ghost lives in a tree, they worship that tree and offer sacrifices. These different kinds of worship are not actually God worship. God worship is for persons who are transcendently situated in pure goodness. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 4.3.23, it is said, Sattvam Visudham Vasudeva Sabitam. When a man is situated in pure goodness, he worships Vasudev. The purport is that those who are completely purified of the material modes of nature and who are transcendently situated can worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The impersonalists are supposed to be situated in the mode of goodness, and they worship 5 kinds of demigods. They worship the impersonal Vishnu, form in the material world, which is known as philosophized Vishnu. Vishnu is the expansion of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But the impersonalists, because they do not ultimately believe in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, imagine that the Vishnu form is just another aspect of the impersonal Brahman. Similarly, they imagine that Lord Brahma is the impersonal form of the material mode of passion. Thus they sometimes describe 5 kinds of gods that are worshipable, but because they think that the actual truth is impersonal Brahman, they dispose of all worshipable objects at the ultimate end. In conclusion, the different qualities of material modes of good of nature can be purified through association with persons who are of transcendental nature. So in terms of actual developing good qualities, it's mentioned that if we serve those who have good qualities, we will naturally manifest those good qualities. So this is in terms of rendering service to the spiritual master. Will actually will develop qualities that the spiritual master has. And Srila Prabhupada is also making the point in this purport of actually what real devotional service is. It's not that we actually that we just do service as a means to an end. That once we just do service so we can become purified and actually be free of material nature, and then we become, as the impersonalists say, that we become the actual God in that sense. But as I mentioned earlier, that we're actually eternal servants. So this position of a servant is actually something which is it's actually what's described as our eternal constitutional position. So this is the situation where we're actually most happy. So to be a servant is not it's not like a slave. It's not like something which may have a negative connotation. To be a servant actually of the Lord is our most cherished position. And it's said that when one receives the words from the spiritual master, his instructions, that they take this as a jewel which they put upon their heads. So, to actually render service is our most fulfilling and actually happiest position. So it said, out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. This is the Bhagavad-gita, chapter 7, text 3. So it says, there are various grades of men, and out of many thousands, one may be sufficiently interested in transcendental realization to try to know what is the self, what is the body, and what is the absolute truth. Generally, mankind is simply engaged in the animal propensities, namely eating, sleeping, defending, and mating, and hardly anyone is interested in transcendental knowledge. The first 6 chapters of the Gita are meant for those who are interested in transcendental knowledge, in understanding the self, the super self, and the process of realization of jnana, dhyana, and discrimination of the self from matter. However, Krishna can only be known by persons who are in Krishna consciousness. Other transcendentalists may achieve impersonal Brahman realization, for this is easier than understanding Krishna. Krishna is the Supreme Person, but at the same time he is beyond the knowledge of Brahman and Paramatma. The yogis are those who meditate on the Lord within the heart, and the jnanis are those who are after the pursuit of knowledge, transcendental knowledge. The yogis and jnanis are confused in their attempts to understand Krishna, although the greatest of the impersonalists, Shripad Shankacharya, has admitted in his Gita commentary that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but his followers do not accept Krishna as such, for it is very difficult to know Krishna, even though one has transcendental realization of impersonal Brahman. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the cause of all causes, the primeval Lord, Govinda. Ichvarama Parama Krishna Sachitananda Vigraha Anadir Adir Govinda Sarvakarana Karanam. It is very difficult for the non-devotees to know him, although non-devotees declare that the path of bhakti or devotional service is very easy. They cannot practice it. If the path of bhakti is so easy as the non-devotee class of men proclaim, then why do they take up the difficult path? Actually, the path of bhakti is not easy. The so-called path of bhakti practiced by unauthorized persons without knowledge of bhakti may be easy, but when it is practiced factually, according to the rules and regulations, the speculative scholars and the philosophers fall away from the path. Srila Rupa Goswami writes in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Shruti Smriti Puranadi Pancharatra Vidim Vina Akantiki Hare Bhaktir Utpateyo Eva Kalpate. Devotional service of the Lord that ignores the authorized Vedic literatures like the Upanishads, Puranas, Narada Pancharatra, etc., is simply an unnecessary disturbance in society. It is not possible for the Brahman or realized impersonalist or the Paramatma realized yogi to understand Krishna, Supreme Personality of Godhead, as the son of Mother Yasoda or the charioteer of Arjuna. But it must be pointed out that if one has actually realized the Lord in the heart, then naturally they're going to progress, and naturally they will actually attain realization of Krishna. So even the great demigods are sometimes confused about Krishna. Muyanti yat shuryaya, mam tu veda nakashyana. No one knows me as I am, the Lord says, and if one does know him, then Samahatma Sudarbhavaha, such a great soul is very rare. Therefore, unless one practices devotional service to the Lord, he cannot know Krishna, as he is Tatvataha. Even though one is a great scholar or philosopher, only the pure devotees can know something of the inconceivable transcendental qualities in Krishna, the cause of all causes, in his omnipotence and opulence, and in his wealth, fame, strength, beauty, and knowledge, and renunciation. Because Krishna is benevolently inclined to his devotees, he is the last word in Brahman realization, and the devotees alone can realize him as he is. Therefore it is said, Ata Shri Krishna Namadi Nabhavid Grayam Indriye Sevan Mukhi Jiva Do Swayam Eva Sparatyadaha. No one can understand Krishna as he is by the blunt material senses, but he reveals himself to the devotees, being pleased with them for their transcendental loving service unto him. And that's from the Padma Purana. So I wonder, just before we finish, if there are any questions. No? Okay. So, Bhagavad-gita ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. And all glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. Krishna. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Krishna. Krishna.
Up until about 6 o'clock today. So I invite you to chant and sing along and close your eyes and just focus on Krishna and have a lot of devotion in your heart during this time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Very good. Saraswati. Oh, કેટલા વાગે? તમારે વહેલું જવું છોકરી લઈ લાવશે और भी है we'll try we'll carry on hopefully આપણે
Okay, so you bring the microphone here with you? Okay, you come this side here. There's no mudang here. Okay, bring that microphone here. Yeah, take that. श्री श्री राधा गोकुलनाथ की जय, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, श्री श्री गौनिताय की जय, श्रीला प्रभुपाद की। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे।
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
All together.
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Thank you. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama
Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Rama
Rama Rama
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna
Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, all together, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama,
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Rama, Rama,
O Rama Rama,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gaur Premanande. go. What's your name, sir? What's your name, sir? Do you want to sing your favorite one? Shall we go for that? Favorite one? You know? No, the normal one we share. Hare Krishna, yeah. Yeah. Namo Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare
all
Hare.
together.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. All together.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
All together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal, Jaya Jaya Govinda, 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 Jaya Jaya Gopal, Jaya 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 Gopal, Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda, Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda, Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda. जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय लीला प्रभुपाद के अमो विष्णु पदाय कृष्ण प्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामीति नामिने नमः विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामीति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी प्रश्चाता देशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी प्रश्चाता देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे all together हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Jaya Radha Gokul Nanda, Radha Gokul Nanda, Radha.
Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radhe.
Jaya Radha Gokul Nanda, Radha Gokul Nanda, Radhe.
Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radhe.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman, Jai Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman. Jaya
Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman.
Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita.
Jaya Gauranita, 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 Jaya Gaura Nitai.
Gora 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 Re.
Gaura 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 Hare.
Gora 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 Re.
Gaura 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 Hare.
Jaya Satinandana Gora Hare.
Jai Sachidananda Gaura Hare.
Gora 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 Hare.
Gaura 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 Hare.
Gora 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 Hare.
Gaura 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 Hare.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada,
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada.
Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev,
Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaur, Premanande. Please everybody pay your pranam. You can bow down if you can. Please bow down. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivraj Kacharya Ashtottara Sri Srimad A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivraj Kacharya Ashtottara Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki Naam Acharya Haridas Thakur ki Prem se kho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Sham Kunj Radha Kunj Giri Govardhan ki Shri Vrindavan Dham ki Shri Mathura Dwarka Dham ki Ganga Mai ki Yamuna Mai ki Bhakti Devi ki Sham Ved Bhakta Vrinda ki All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to Sri Guru Gauranga, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Please, if everybody can take a seat, we go to chant the Nrsimhadev prayers. It's for the protection of everyone. It's a 5 minutes prayers.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Prahlad Lad Daine.
Prahlad Lad Daine.
Prahlad Lad Daine.
Prahlad Lad Daine.
Hiranyakashipu Narade केशवीता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
तव कर कमलवर नाका आबुतला अदालिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनु बिना केशवतीता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
केशवदीता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
ओ केशवदीता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
जय नरसिंहदेव 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 जय नरसिंहदेव
जय नरसिंहदेव नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव
प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज
जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज
जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद
जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद
जय जय गुरुदेव गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव
जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव
नरसिंहदेव की जय प्रहलाद महाराज की जय शिला प्रभुपाद की जय साई गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल।
The next arti will be at 7 o'clock. Before that, we'll have a Bhagavad-gita class at 6 o'clock. Until then, we continue with the chanting of the Mahamantra. If you have to go, then you make sure you take some Mahaprasad served outside. Otherwise, you can stay and enjoy the chanting of Mahamantras. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Shri Radha Gokulananda ki Ram Lakshman
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hello, Hare Krishna.
Rama Rama.
Don't turn your back to the deities. Hare Krishna. Don't turn your back to deities.
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki Jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare
Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Rama Rama
Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Rama
Rama Rama Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna
Hare 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 Rama Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama Rama
Rama Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama
Rama
Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda ki Jai, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Gaur Nitai ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki, Jai Gaur Premanande.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Shri Radha Gokulananda ki Jai Ho. Hare Krishna, Prabhu. There's a Bhagavad-gita class now to 7 o'clock, right? So if you can all turn towards the speaker, we'll appreciate that. What's Prabhuji's name? Mohan. It's Mohan Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Just a contact. Oh, contact. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. You can come closer, it's fine. The closer the better, then everyone else that wants to leave, they can leave. Hare Krishna. So now we're going to have a Bhagavad-gita class. Please, if your phone is on, then put it on silence. I'm doing so myself too. And yeah, you've all relished the holy name of the Lord. Now we're going to relish some Harikatha. Actually, the beauty of speaking about Krishna is wherever Krishna's name, wherever Krishna's glory is spoken, Krishna is there. And I know, yes, we're in a temple room and Radha Gokulananda is there, but Krishna comes closer. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivanadari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivanadari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivanadari. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Nittai Gora Haribol, 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 Nittai Gora Haribol. Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Gauranitai ki, Srila Jagadguru, Srila Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna everyone. Welcome to the evening Bhagavad-gita class. It's so wonderful to see so many faces. How many of you are here for the first time? Fantastic. So, yes, as I have been mentioning earlier on, that you've all had the fortune, the opportunity to listen to Harinam. And now we're going to have a little bit of Hari Katha. And then after that, the Guru Aarti will be at 7 p.m. So please do stick along I know that, scientifically, it's very difficult to sit down and to listen to a class for a very long duration of time. So I promise I'll also make it interactive and I'll ask questions if possible. Or if you have questions, you can also ask. That's the way we learn, through question and answer. So I need a Bhagavad-gita first. Without a Bhagavad-gita. Just a moment, please. So we're reading from the Bhagavad-gita, chapter 14, verse 5. So if you have a little phone, a little gadget, a technology called phone, you're only allowed to go on the database, nothing else. So you can all just take out your phone, go on the Gita. Yeah, chapter 14, verse 5. There you go, thank you. So, are you all with me? Okay. There's not an awful lot of enthusiasm. Are you all with me? Fantastic. So, this is named The Three Modes of Material Nature, chapter text 5. So, I'm going to read it in the translation. You follow along, then the transliteration, and then the purport. For those that are standing, you're also welcome to sit down. Yeah. Listen. So, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Sattvam Rajastama iti. Do you have your phone with you? Okay. So you can repeat it. Sattvam Rajastama iti Prakriti Sambhavaha Nibbannanti Mahabaho Dehi Dehinam Avyayam. It's called call and response, so chant along if you can. Sattvam Rajastama iti Prakriti Sambhavaha Nibbannanti Mahabaho Dehi Dehinam Avyayam. Sattvam Rajastama iti Gune Prakriti Sambhavaha Nibbannanti Mahabaho Dehi Dehinam Avyayam. Would anyone like to recite? Anyone? Don't be shy. Okay, that's fine then. So we'll do the transliteration next. So please repeat after me. Sattvam, the mode of goodness. Raja, the mode of passion. Tama, the mode of ignorance. Iti, thus. Guna, the qualities. Prakriti, material nature. Sambhavaha, produced of. Nibbannanti, due condition. Mahabaho, almighty armed one. Dehi, in this body. Dehinam, the living entity. Avyayam, eternal. Translation. Material nature consists of three modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. When the eternal living entity comes in contact with nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, he becomes conditioned by these modes. Purple, by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki. The living entity, because he is transcendental, has nothing to do with this material nature. Still, because he has become conditioned by the material world, he is acting under the spell of the three modes of material nature. Because living entities have different kinds of bodies in terms of the different aspects of nature, they are induced to act according to that nature. This is the cause of the varieties of happiness and distress. Om Jnana Timandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashachade Shatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, Hare Krishna everyone, once again, thank you all so much for coming for the Bhagavad-gita class this evening. As I've mentioned, there's going to be Guru Arti at 7 p.m. But I want to start off with something first. Once Srila Prabhupada was walking, and as he was walking, he saw this little bolt, I don't know if you know it, to screw into sort of buildings. And he said that that bolt was once living its greatest days. So the point I'm making is that we are the jivas, we are here in this material world. And what's being given to us is this process of sadhana bhakti. What's being given to us is this process of chanting, of hearing, of association, of prasadam. And when we follow this process, with purity, with sincerity, then we can be the best version of ourselves. Spiritual life, Krishna consciousness is not there to subtract anything from one's life, rather to add the most beautiful, the most glorious, the most sublime of things, for you to be able to execute your duties and your responsibilities to the best of your ability without attachment. So, therefore, this is why I really kind of picked to talk on this particular verse, on this particular chapter, which is called the three modes of material nature. If there is one thing every single one of us in this temple room that we have in common, is that these modes of material nature conditions every single one of us. How many of you have actually gone and experienced through life and you knew that there was something that you shouldn't do but you did anyway? And those that I don't see their hands are raised, I'm assuming you're lying. So I want to see more hands. Yes, we've all experienced that. We've all experienced moments and times in our life where, the intelligence was bewildered. We knew that there's something that we shouldn't do, but we did. Because we're all influenced. We're all influenced by the modes of material nature, by the mode of goodness, the mode of passion, the mode of ignorance. So by understanding this, what Krishna is saying, by understanding the modes of material nature, then actually you can become free of it. You can actually gain access. You can understand how to transcend that. And we all want to do that. Because these are the cause, these are the reason why we're suffering in this world. Are you all with me so far? So I'm going to ask you this question a lot because sometimes the mind has the tendency to wander off into the three dimensions. The dimensions of prasadam, the dimensions of work tomorrow, or the dimension of the kids that you've left at home, if they're not here. So I'm going to continuously ask you questions so that therefore you're actually here in the temple room with me. Okay? So Actually, when we look at the Bhagavad-gita consists of how many verses? Can anyone please? This is interactiveness. How many? 18. Verses. How many verses does it consist of? How many verses are there? So yes, there's 18 chapters, but how many verses? Yes, 700. So the Bhagavad-gita has 700 verses in it. No, you were right, 18 also, chapters, yes. So out of those 700 verses, there's 155 verses that are actually spoken about the modes of material nature. Did you know that? So out of the 700 verses, 155 of those verses are purely about the modes of material nature. So that's around, we're looking at around 20% of the Gita speaks about the modes of material nature. So why am I telling you this? The reason I'm telling you this is because when something is important, it's emphasized a lot. Right? How many of you have children? Okay. So when a child does something, do you just tell them, okay, stop once? No. You tell them like, okay, stop. This is not good for you because of this reason, because of that reason. If you do this and this and this, you give them a lecture, right? So here we see that Krishna is spending 20% of what he's speaking about on the modes of material nature. He's describing to us what the mode of material nature is, how we are influenced by them, how we can transcend them, and what are the symptoms of one that is in the mode of passion, one that is in the mode of ignorance, and one that is in the mode of goodness. So my question is, how can you understand, how can you know where it is that you're going if you don't know where you are? People want to accomplish, people want to achieve the kingdom of God, people want to achieve love of God, but they don't want to acknowledge that this is where I need to start from. So it's really important. It's important to know oneself before knowing the journey that you want to embark on. Yes? Like when you're in a car, do you just, in your sat-nav, it first establishes where are you located at? And then it also establishes where it is that you want to go. And then it gives you the option of whether you want to go there fast, you want to go there slow, or you want to just cruise. So it gives you many different options. So similarly, by understanding what modes that we are in, we're able to determine, we're able to define, okay, what is it that I need to work on? What it is that I need to improve on? Global revolution begins with personal resolution. By understanding yourself better, you are actually able to be the best version of yourself, and then therefore you're able to also give Krishna to those around you, including your kids. So another particular verse that came to mind when I was sort of meditating on this is also Chaitanya Charitamrita. How many of you have read that before? CC? No? Okay, that's fine. But in that particular book, where it's basically Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his life, there's another very beautiful verse which is Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Eva Kevalam, Kalo Nasteva, Nasteva, Nasteva Gate Anyata. Have you heard of that before? You've heard it, right? You've heard it? Yes, so it's basically that this particular verse talks about how it is important to continue. There's no other way, there's no other way, there's no other way other than the holy name. Chanting of the holy name. How many of you have enjoyed the kirtan earlier on today? Yes? So, I need your full interaction. How many of you have enjoyed the kirtan today? Okay. So let me give you a little bit of, the reason I'm trying to get you all to interact, it's really important because actually scientifically, it says that when you sit for a class and you're just listening, but you're not interacting with your body, or you're not asking questions or inquiring, then you're actually able to retain only 5% of what you hear. But when you actually interact, you raise your hand when the speaker asks you a question, or when you ask a question, you're actually able to retain 95% of information. And so for me, I feel that my duty and my responsibility really is to give you something that you can take with you that is practical. Otherwise, I'm just giving a class and you're just hearing, which is good also, but if you're not interacting, it can also feel a disservice. So how many are you with me? Perfect. That's much better. So therefore here, what we're trying to say is that Krishna is the ever well-wisher. Krishna is the best friend of everyone, right? Krishna is all of our friend. And so therefore here, Krishna is repeating out of 700 verses, 155 of them, he's telling us that this is the modes of material nature. The reason why is because this is a very important lesson. And if we can understand this lesson, of what the modes of material nature is, it improves our quality of sleep. It improves our quality of relationship. It improves our quality of practice of sadhana, chanting. It improves our relationship of eating. And in the Nectar of Instruction, what it talks about is that actually one should have moderation in eating, in sleeping, in recreation, in everything. Because an unhealthy body or an unhealthy mind, it becomes very difficult to practice spiritual life. It becomes very difficult to focus. Once someone was chanting on the japa, and then after some while he went to his mentor and he said to his mentor, like, you know, I've stopped chanting. And when the mentor asked him, so why did you stop chanting? It's because all these negative thoughts are coming in my mind. I don't think that this chanting process is working. But no, it is working. What's happening is that you are churning the condition. You are churning the thoughts. If you go into a room and you want to clean the room, what happens first is that you have to make the room messy. You have to take out everything. Everything that you don't need, everything that doesn't belong there. And at first, it's going to seem messy. But the more you organize it, the more cleaner it begins to look and feel and seem. So this is similar to the process of Krishna consciousness. That when you start this journey, when you start your spiritual life in the beginning, there's going to be a lot of things that will churn up. But, as my mentor always said, that distractions comes to those that keep their eyes off the prize. You have to remain focused. You have to remain focused in the process of sadhana bhakti. You have to remain focused in the process of chanting, in the process of hearing, in the process of sangha, association. By us collectively coming together and talking about Krishna in this format, in this way, what happens is that the consciousness is becoming purified. What's happening is that the churning is happening. Every single one of you are listening to this class, and as you're listening, you're asking yourself, how is it relevant to my experience? How is it relevant to my challenges? How is it relevant to what I'm going through? How can I access this beautiful philosophy, this beautiful process of Krishna consciousness in order to improve the quality of my life, to be the best version of myself, right? So one of the things that I want to start off with is that first, there's a very, very, very beautiful story in the Mahabharata. It's one of a really beautiful story. And this story, it talks about, it was during the time of Maharaj Yudhishthira. How many of you are familiar with the Mahabharata? Okay, perfect. So it's a really beautiful story about during the time of Maharaj Yudhishthira. And that there were these four different personalities that came to Bhima. And they asked him a question. So, do we have any detectives here? Do we have anyone here that likes puzzles? Answering puzzles? You like answering puzzle? What's your name? Abia. Okay, so you like answering puzzles. Yes. So there was these four different personalities that came to Bhima with four different questions. So I'll first start with the questions, and if you know the answer, then please do feel free to share. If you don't, then we'll find out together. So the first question was that one person came to Bhima and said to Bhima that I am seeing something really strange. I'm seeing that this fence is moving into someone else's place, into another place. So that was the first question. The second question was that another man came and said that I was walking and I saw this man with a pot full of water. And he decided to put this pot full of water into 3 different smaller pots. And when he put it into the smaller pots and then he put it back into the bigger pots, he realized that actually half of the water disappeared. That's magic. The third question is that someone else came and said, like, I saw something incredibly strange. I saw that there was a big elephant that was able to pass through the eye of a needle, but its tail became stuck. So imagine a big, huge elephant was able to pass through a needle, but its tail, which is tiny and puny, became stuck. And the last question is that another person came and said, like, I was walking and I saw this big rock. And there were all these strong men that couldn't move the rock. But then there was this one sannyasi, and with his danda, he just moved the rock. So it's kind of bewildering when you think about it, right? How many of you are already bewildered right now? How many of you are confused? Yes, it's very confusing. How can you move a rock with a danda? But I'll tell you how. So the first one is that offense moving into other places. One of the symptoms of Kali Yuga is that people are so interested in what other people have that they don't focus on what they have. You know, every single one of us, we have a home. Yet the 3 C's, the 3 cancer of spiritual life is criticism, comparison, competitiveness. We're always looking, the mind, the guna, the modes of material nature, we're so always influenced that we're looking at what other people have, that we forget, we neglect to focus on what we have. In the Sri Upanishad, it talks about how Krishna has given every single one of us our quota to be able to perfect our life. Yet we go on social media, on Instagram or Facebook or on the news, it's like, oh wow, this person's bought this big house, this person's got this car, this person's doing this, and it's like we're polluting, we're neglecting the abundance of opportunities we have in our own lives to be able to practice spiritual life. That's one. The second one is that, you know, the pot full of water, and yet when they put it into 3 different smaller pots and then they put it back into the bigger pots, only half was left, is that actually people can only expect 50% of love, affection, and help from others compared to what you give. That's why Krishna says in the Bhagavad-gita that you are entitled to your duty, to your activity, but not to the results of your activity. We must learn to be able to be steady. We must learn to be able to perform our duties and responsibilities, but with a sense of detachment, giving the fruits of our activities to the Lord. Because when we can do that, when we can trade our expectation for appreciation, then what happens is that the intelligence doesn't become bewildered. We're able to be satisfied under all conditions, happiness or distress, suffering or good times. So that's the other thing. Actually, the nature of the soul is that we're all looking to love and be loved. But in this material world, we can't find that love, that it is inherent, that we are looking for within us. So therefore, we need to learn to direct the center of all our activities to Krishna. When we can do that, then we can be satisfied, no matter what the result may be. Even if the result is not what we're expecting, we can learn to be grateful. And even if the result is what we are expecting, we can still learn to be grateful. And that's what it means to be sober. That's what it means to be steady. Third one. People are ready to give. So the third one is that the big elephant that was able to pass through the eye of a needle, but its tail became stuck. People are ready to give resources, strength, and income to their family, their friends, themselves. But then when it comes to the Supreme Lord, they're holding back. You know, one of the verse in the Gita that it talks about is, you know, that Krishna accepts whatever you offer, whether it's a water, a leaf, a flower, whatever it is. What he accepts is the devotion in one's heart. So you've got to do the best that you can with what you can. But this doesn't necessarily mean that we misinterpret this verse and it means we give just little. It means that you give what is within your capacity. And when you give what is within your capacity and you give with love and you give with devotion, then Krishna reciprocates. You've all experienced that, right? We've all experienced that. So this is just, it's nothing new. This is just what you already know. You're not hearing anything new. You're hearing something that you already know, that we give the best that we can with the capacity of what we can, and Krishna reciprocates. And the last one is that, so this is the most beautiful one. You've all experienced it today. That there was a big rock, and with this big rock, nobody could move it. And yet a sannyasi, a renunciate came, and with his danda, he was able to move it. What does that mean? Does anyone know? What does that mean? Come on. Okay. What that means is that one can actually get rid of unlimited sins through Nam Sankirtan, through the chanting of the holy name. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, if you see that there's a painting and a picture of him right at the center, he's given us this beautiful process of chanting of the holy name. Why? Because in the Srimad Bhagavatam, it actually talks about how in the age of Kali Yuga, that men, so when I say men, I'm talking about all of us, including me, that one of the first things is that we're short-lived. 50 years ago, the life expectancy was 100 years or even more. Today, you'd be lucky to even survive around your 50s, right? We all have people in our lives that have passed away from a very young age. Are you with me? So that's the first thing, that in Kali Yuga, man is short-lived. Secondly, they are quarrelsome. We practically find anything and everything to argue about. We've all experienced that in relationship, or maybe with the children, or maybe with ourselves. We may be arguing with ourselves. So we're quarrelsome. Not only that, the biggest thing is that we have more convenience in the world today, but we've become more lazier. So much convenience. We've got the access to the internet today. Practically 50 years ago, if you needed to find something out, you had to walk for it. You had to find it out, discover it somehow or another by asking someone else a question. Today, with the tip of a click, online, you've got thousands and thousands and thousands of Google search engine with all these answers. Just ask one question, you can get millions of answers. But with more convenience, it's caused more inconvenience. We're misguided. You know, that nowadays it's that, you know, when we actually come to someone with a question, it's almost like, and yes, you know, the thing is, we may not want to hear this, but this is the reality. But with the reality comes hope. Again, what did I say earlier on? That we have to establish where we are to be able to get to where we want to be. Because beyond what I'm sharing here, we're spirit soul. Sachit Ananda. But this is the reality. This is what Srimad Bhagavatam says. And above all, we're always disturbed. The mind is constantly looking for faults. In the Bhagavad-gita, Arjuna says that to control the mind is as difficult as to control the wind. Our mind is constantly thinking and exploring and discovering and finding problems. Are you all with me so far? Okay. But even with the misery of the mind, even with the misery of the body, even with the misery of the natural catastrophe that happens in today's world, Mahaprabhu has given us a process in which we can achieve what's called nirguna. So where we can actually extend, we can go beyond the modes of material nature and we can reach what is called the transcendental mode of goodness. So you see in the Bhagavatam, it does describe our circumstances. In the Gita, it does describe our circumstances and situations, but it also gives us hope, which is ultimately in today's world what we need, hope. Just because we are influenced under these three modes of material nature, it doesn't mean that we are disqualified from the mercy, from the love, from the attention of the Lord. One of the most beautiful advice that was given to me by my mentor is that Krishna loves you whether you achieve big things or small things. Krishna loves you whether you make a name for yourself or you don't make a name for yourself, because you are his parts and parcel. So by me sharing this, it's not to say that we're disqualified from the mercy of the Lord. It's actually quite the opposite, that the Lord himself came into this material world in order to give us the most sublime process, which is the process of the chanting of the holy name. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. By chanting this, we are able to attract Krishna. We're able to gain that mercy with all of our disqualification. So there is no one that is as merciful as the Lord. And the beauty of it is that I was trying to look for one beautiful verse from Chaitanya Mangal. So I'm going to share this. It's really, really beautiful. That Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that taking the sharp sword of the congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, I will root out and destroy the demoniac mentality in the hearts of all the conditioned souls. So therefore, just by the process of chanting of the holy name with sincerity, with purity, with eagerness, what happens is that the demoniac qualities in our hearts becomes plucked out. And then what happens is over time, like how many of you have a fan at home? Yes, we should all, because it's really hot outside right now. And then when you plug out the cable, what happens? The fan slowly stops, right? It doesn't immediately stop, but it starts to slow down. It starts to slow down. And it takes some time, but eventually it slows down more and more and more and more. That's the process of chanting of the holy name. That when we chant the holy name of the Lord, what happens is that slowly but surely we develop a higher taste. And what happens is slowly but surely our bad quality decreases and our good quality increases. But again, it's about really chanting with sincerity. It's chanting from the heart. It's not just a process of ritualism that I'm just chanting, but at the same time I'm going, like nowadays what some people do is that when they're chanting, they're also using their phone. Or when they're chanting, they're also watching the TV. Or when they're chanting, they're also speaking. But that's distracting your attention from that conversation with the Supreme Lord. So therefore, we need to give our undivided attention to the Lord. And the more we can do that, then the more that the Lord reciprocates. So one thing that you could do is find your sacred space. Find a time in your day, find a place somewhere where there's no distractions, where you can turn off your phone for a bit and you just chant. And really and sincerely chant. Because you've got to understand and realize that this is a relationship that you are establishing with the Lord. It's not that you're just not just chanting any random name. You're chanting the name of the seed-giving Father, the Supreme Lord. You're in a conversation with Him. How many of you would like it if you were in a conversation with someone very dear to you, but they were ignoring you? You'd like that?
No, not at all.
Exactly.
Obviously, it needs to have that devotion feeling.
Precisely. Yes. Yes. So this is what it is. This is how you've got to really start to begin to view it as. Okay, so therefore, and then after that, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, if some sinful people escape and giving up religious principles go to far-off countries, then my Sanapati Bhakta, military commander, will come at that time to give them Krishna consciousness. So what does that mean? That means actually, there's been a lot of irreligiosity in the world today. But we've had Srila Prabhupada, in 1965, who was continuing the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu coming to the West. He gave us the holy name. He gave us prasadam. He gave us books. He gave us association. One of the biggest things in society that people suffer from right now in today's world is loneliness. People feel like they know the truth. People feel like they want to explore Krishna consciousness. They want to explore the truth. But sometimes they don't have that association. And it becomes very difficult to convince the parents. It becomes very difficult to convince the family that this may be something that I want to explore. So therefore, Srila Prabhupada, understanding the perplexities, the difficulties, the challenges in today's world of what it really feels like to go beyond the boundary of culture and tradition, he has established Krishna consciousness. So that therefore, he has established a home for where the whole world can live. We can all gather together. We can all discuss about Krishna. We can all chant the holy name. We can all feast together like you are today. Have you met nice people? Has anyone met nice people today? Okay, good. So see, every Sunday you come and you meet wonderful people. You're able to associate with them, chant with them, read with them, eat with them. This is the process that Srila Prabhupada has given us. Where else can you find this? So he's given us this process. And as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, my military commander, Srila Prabhupada, he's talking about. So this has been predicted. So with that being said, that we're all affected by the modes of material nature, but we're not sure. And it's very difficult to see how we're affected by the modes of material nature when you're in the picture. So sometimes they say that you've got to take a step back to be able to see the bigger picture, to be able to see your life and to be able to see how to improve your life. And the more we can begin to understand that we're a spiritual being, having a physical experience of life, the less we become agitated. The only reason why we're agitated is because we're associating ourselves with these senses. When someone talks to us in a way that we don't like, we feel agitated. When someone says something that we disagree with, we feel agitated. It's like, oh, why is this person crossing my boundary? But actually, the more we can really connect to the identity of who we really are, spiritual being, then actually we can learn to recognize and we can learn to understand that our dialogue, our dialect, our interactions, our conversations, our circumstances and situations, everything in life is there to teach us, is there to help us to realize that this is not our eternal home. That this body that we're residing with is not the place that we belong. That this is a very short temporary experience that we are going through in comparison to the lifetime of experience we've been through. It's almost like, that there's a bucket, and in this bucket there's little mustard seeds. Those little mustard seeds represent our problems, but we're making those problems bigger than what it seems. And yes, Krishna consciousness is not here to sort of tell you that your problems doesn't matter. Yes, we do experience problems. We do experience perplexities. We do experience dilemmas. But it's telling you that while you're dealing with those problems in life, simultaneously try to develop a consciousness of being conscious of Krishna. Realizing that everything in this world is temporary, including our challenges, including our difficulties, including our problems. But actually how you choose to respond to it defines your character. It defines the quality of your spiritual life. It defines your progress. Every problem, we can actually utilize it as an opportunity to develop compassion, to develop tolerance, to develop steadiness, to develop love, to develop sincerity. Are you getting the rhythm? It's really, really, truly about your perception, how you're choosing to see things. You can either ask yourself, why is this happening to me? Or you can ask yourself, what can I learn from this? What can I learn from my kids? What can I learn from my family? What can I learn from my friends? What can I learn from my career? What can I, spiritually speaking, of course. So, and the more we become focused like Arjun, when he was asked by Vidura to shoot the arrow, the more we can become focused, the more we can develop a personality. We can develop a character that is attractive to Krishna. So therefore, actually, another angle that we can see from this is that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has also taught us something really beautiful through his own example. He's taught us that actually the purpose of life is to actually explore and to try and identify and search for our origin. Otherwise, we get very distracted. We get very distracted by career, by so many things in the world today. And the more we become distracted, the further that we find time for spirituality, for Krishna consciousness, for chanting, for reading, for hearing. The more we become distracted, the more then we wind up suffering more and more and more. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually taught us through his own example that actually the purpose of life is to search for the origin, to search for our relation, our connection with the Lord. What is our relationship with the Lord? What is our connection with the Lord? What are we really here for? In the Gita, it talks about how happiness and distress is like the season of winter and summer. It comes and goes. We shouldn't be bewildered by such a thing. Today we're happy, tomorrow we're distressed. But these should not be an opportunity for us to neglect the purpose of life, the important questions of life. That what is the duty of one that is about to pass away? And we're all there. We're right around the corner, every single one of us, very soon, ready to pass away. It doesn't matter, age, gender, old, young. It can happen in any time. So therefore, it's really important that we develop a sense of urgency in our life also. That we develop a sense of that, I need to urgently figure it out. What is my relationship with the Lord? I need to deepen my relationship with the Lord through the process of chanting of the holy name. And Srila Prabhupada has given us the book. He's given us the manual. So that therefore we're not alone on this journey. It's not something that we have to figure it out on our own. Why reinvent the wheel when the process is already there? Anyone wants to reinvent the wheel? No. So why reinvent the wheel? The process is already there. You just have to follow it. So yeah, that's what Krishna really describes in the chapter 14, 17 and 18 about the modes of material nature. And then actually Krishna is a very practical person. Krishna is a very practical person. Krishna is not just describing the modes of material nature, but actually how the modes of material nature is relevant to when we sleep, when we eat, when we read, when we associate, in all of our lives. Once Prabhupada was sitting on a Vyasasan and he was given a lecture. And then there were devotees that were coughing and they sounded ill. So Prabhupada turned to one of his disciples and he said, "What's going on?" And the disciple said, "Prabhupada, I think that the devotees are ill. They've caught a cold, they're ill, they're coughing." And he was like, "Ill? Like, are they not getting wrapped up enough? Are they not wearing comfortable clothes? Are they not, taking care of themselves?" A diseased body means that it becomes difficult to practice spirituality. It's not impossible, it is possible, but it is difficult. So therefore, we've got to take care of ourselves. And so that's what also in the Bhagavad-gita, in this particular chapter, is being described to us. What is the symptom of one that is in the mode of passion? What is the symptom of one that is in the mode of ignorance? What is the symptom of one that is in the mode of goodness? And how do we climb this ladder? How do we sort of go through this process? What is it that we need to do? So this is something like one of the most important things that we're taught in Krishna consciousness is to be introspective. To really be introspective, to take the time to look at our life. What is the observation of ourselves? What is it that we observe in ourselves? What is it that we observe in the surrounding around us, our peers? And what changes is it that we need to make? It's really important. How many of you do introspection? Or do you know what introspection is? Yes, like journaling or writing down, self-evaluation. They call it different things nowadays. But it's something that, we need to get into the habit of doing, to introspect. And the more we can introspect, then the more we can realize what it is that we can improve and what it is that, is helping us. And how we can achieve to get to that stage of the mode of goodness. So I believe, let me just check. We have 5 more minutes left. So I've given you some practical advices and tips. One of the things is that really and truly that, we should try and take the time in the day to chant. And when we are chanting, we should really try and find a place, a sacred place, a place of quietness where we don't have an access to our phone. We don't have an access to what's called prajalpa talk, just talking for the sake of talking. And we can really absorb ourselves in chanting and develop our connection with the Lord. Especially as we grow older and older and older, we should really take the time to take spiritual life serious. It's not that just once a day I come to the temple, that's good. But, to the degree that you surrender, Krishna reciprocates accordingly. So the more time you give to Krishna, the more time Krishna will give you. So that's one thing, chanting. The second thing is introspecting. On a regular basis, we should try and spend some time to evaluate what is my shortcoming? Where is it that I lack? What is it that I need to improve? In what, am I functioning under the mode of goodness, the mode of passion, the mode of ignorance? And what will it take for me to get to that next stage? Do I need to absorb myself in reading, which of course we should? And what is it that I need to apply? What is it that I need to do? So these are questions. The quality of your question determines the quality of your life. So the better we get at asking ourselves good questions, the better quality of a spiritual life we can experience. And the deeper of the reciprocation we can experience. Otherwise, life is like a circle. It's just happening to us again and again and again and again, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And it becomes very dry and very ritualistic. And we find it difficult to experience Krishna magic in our life. So Krishna magic is possible. But do you want to make it happen? With that being said, thank you all so much for your time. So in the next few minutes, we're going to have the Guru Aarti. And one thing that I'll recommend is that this is something that you can all meditate on. When the Guru Aarti starts, really try and sing with your heart. It's not about the voice. It's not about the ability Krishna's given you, but what are you doing with the ability that Krishna's given you? How deep are you going into it? So really try and sing with your heart. I encourage you, I urge you. Otherwise, thank you all so much. I wish we had time for questions, but we don't. There's only 2 more minutes left. But if you have questions, you can also see me or meet me after the Gaur Aarti, and I'm happy to answer question. Otherwise, thank you so much. Antarak Srimad Bhagavad-gita ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Bhaktivedanta Manor ki, Hare Krishna. So yeah, you can all face towards the deities now in the next 2 minutes where the Gaur Aarti will begin. Hare Krishna.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki, Jaya Gauranita, 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 Jaya Gauranita. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki Hiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kashobha Bolo 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 louder please Arati Kashobha Hiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kashobha Hiva Jaya Gana Vidata Bhani Jagamana Loka
Koti Chandraji Vadana Ujvala Bahu Bahu Koti Chandraji Vadana Ujvala Bahu Karadese Mana Koi Jalamala Karadese Mana Koi की जय। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नित्यानंद नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादि सकारिणे Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Loudly please. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
respects to the saintly personalities and the Supreme Lord. So if you can put your palms together in the pranam mudra, or if there is space, you can go onto the ground, onto the floor, and offer your obeisances. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivrajagacharya Astotra Sata Shri Srimad Abhay Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki ISKCON BBT founder Srila Prabhupada ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Nama Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंदा श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री शिवाद कृष्ण गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की अयोध्यापुरी धाम की मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की गंगा माई यमुना माई की भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की सामवेद भक्त वृंद की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे. Oh glories to the assembled devotees. Oh glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to Guru and Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada ki. So if possible, please take a seat. We're going to conclude the Aarti ceremony by offering pranams, prayers unto Lord Nrsimhadev for our protection. And we will have Char. Char will lead the Nrsimhadev prayers.
Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki jai, Bala Maharaj ki jai. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Pralada Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada.
Nrsimhade Bhagwan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to Bhaktivedanta Manor. Thank you very much for being with us here on a Sunday evening. We're going to continue here in the temple room with kirtan, so please do stay with us. We have devotees just setting up, so just give us a few seconds while they set up. In the meanwhile, if you haven't honored prasadam, sanctified food which has been offered to their lordships, then this is available in the Seva hall as you go towards the Sri Krishna Haveli. The next darshan, audience of the lordships, and arati ceremony will be at 9 o'clock, and darshan will be available all the way up until 9:30. So please do stay with us. Of course, if you have any questions, you'd like to find out more, there's lots of opportunity to engage spiritually here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. You can do this. You can practice spiritual life, you can get to know more about spiritual life. From the School of Bhakti, we have various courses. We also have lots of devotees available to answer your questions, to discuss spiritual topics with you. And also there are plenty of books available. Right? So please take up to the various opportunities and facilities available here. Once again, thank you very much for being here, and we hope to see you soon again on Sunday, if not before. Hare Krishna. So just bear with us as the devotees set up for the kirtan.
Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda ki. Hare Krishna, welcome to Sunday Night Kirtan on this fine summer's day. Feel free to move a little bit forward. There's plenty of space. That way we can sing nicely together as well. Vishnu Pradaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Radha Gokulananda ki. Haribol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama Hare Keshavadita नृसिंहदेव भगवान की, प्रहलाद महाराज की, श्री श्री राधा गोकुल नंद की जय, श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, श्री श्री गौरनिताय की जय, श्री प्रभुपाद की जय, भक्तिवेदांत मन धाम की जय। हरे नाम एव केवलम, खलु नास्तेव गतिरन्यथा। हरे नाम एव केवलम, खलु नास्तेव गतिरन्यथा। हरे नाम एव केवलम, खलु नास्तेव गतिरन्यथा। श्री श्री हरिनाम प्रभु की जय। वंचाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। अनंत कोटि वैष्णववृंद की जय। See you next week.
Must be together. No, you're fine. You're fine. Anybody free that can give a hand, please? Like a man, strong man. Anybody? Going on? Anybody?